Well, back from space. Pursuit of quality must continue. Alright, so resituating. Repairs to void block were completed after the mishap. Marginal upgrades to void block appended. I installed a recycler up here and launched up some quality modules. Would have it try to upgrade the quality of the bullets over time while it's sitting idle. Possible features for future iterations of the space barge. Anyway, I'm back in a position of wanting to, here looking upon my works. It's kinda push the whole thing over. Build anew. A slightly different standard. I've seen the symptoms. Oh, hey, the UI buttons are slightly larger. Neat. Larger, bolder, less easily confused for each other. That's a nice little thing to have happen. But yeah, there's all manner of signs that some things about the current grid are even slightly askew. There is much room to achieve greater heights. Pursuit of quality. Quality which begets quantity. Interlocking polarities of the factory shape. In pursuit of that. Current perimeter is reasonably robust and requires little maintenance. Having gained the power of recyclers, it might be time to contract, to compress existing capacities of the factory into a smaller footprint. Of accordingly greater power. Internalize the secrets of garbage and form a new core. Let me clean up some of my logistic groups here. So, start actually grouping these into some concepts. Power line group. Auto trash. All common power lines. I want those mulched and upgraded. Power distribution equipment is like very high on the list, actually, of things that it is worth qualitating, because their job is to sit there taking up a small fraction of the space in the plant. And the smallest, the better. Hey, buttons! Nice! Well, it's kind of weird to have a drop-down menu for exactly 5 options. Anyway, setting new standards. To just make a bunch of uncommon substations. There's an opportunity to unmake them into better substations. That'll conveniently work out to a single row of logistic options. Okay, it automatically added a second row of spaces. I can still work with that. So make this my requests for storage containers, which can still just kind of always be ordinary. Active, passive, storage. I don't use buffer boxes, but if they existed, I would want to carry them. More spaces. Oh, I can dispose of my unwanted iron and wood boxes. Those can be processed. Or to make things out of pallet wood. Recycled wood shotgun. Imagine. And okay, so these are just requesting common wood as well. Be thrown down there as reserve fuel. Quickly slide in here and bookmark the concept of high quality wood in the storage brick. So, having located the rare electric poles, this point is now the middle of the factory, here, next to the launch silo. So, do some measuring. Wire reach of 36. Yep, checks out. ditch that old blueprint. And making a slightly wider base measurement unit, and that, makes it occur to me to check. Okay, no, the uncommon wire reach was still an even number. Still could have been a potential source of the mismatch. No, blueprint of 1 length of rare wire. That wall does need maintenance. Boost from that up to print of 4. Rare long wire. Or arms in there that I haven't deleted. And get out. This is wire. Rare. 4. Two measuring square. Everything else will be planned around. Which will also mean a refactoring of the robo for it. Which is all well and good. Probably enough flex space built into that. With the design principle there being as well, with it being a big plus shape with RoboPort in the middle. At most 3 of those fortified cells will be pointed toward hostile territory. How far out was that damage report? Was it you? One of the ones up here. You? Yeah, you. Northwise. But yeah, at most 3 of the faces will be pointed toward bugs. The last one will be the internal face. And thus, that 4th cell will be used for the local rail stop, for supply drop-offs. kind of the main point of motivation behind such an installation being that I would want to cover as much front length as possible within the jurisdiction of a single supply point of rail and robots. Regiment begins. Cool, stacking up. You'll love to see it. Where, in keeping with much earlier statements, the next iteration of the base, thus, could be on its way to using atoms for its base load. Size of these things. Astounding. And thousands of space beakers built up. What is in this supply box? Additional rare wire. Yes, commit now to the reprocessing. Old power cables. Creating the material that will feed the new power cables. Oh, also good. There's just a button for power cable. That might have been there the whole time, and I just didn't parse that it was the case. Or it could be a new edition. I don't read all of the patch notes. Right, I was starting to walk out there to think about drafting size of a new railway cell. The walls of the old core. Well, maybe when I recess everything together, I might still be within this perimeter with my core machinery. But in time, factory must molt. Cast off its former skin. Alright, so now that these are making rare quality, I can retract their qual mods. Return this terrible, trash-free, unlightninged, this damp world. Water just is sort of recklessly strewn about. Return here with a mission. Having seen a vision of what could be. To begin, let me just plant new core grid. Up some more old power lines and have a think. A big dot here at the center point. The dot could be bigger. More visible when the overlays aren't on. Also math this out. So the original grid was sized based on common wire. Point 125. There's a ratio there at which these new cells will sync back up with the old ones. Bear belt. The wider base grid spacing should make it easier to fit various production units inside of the lines of the grid. Inventory remains vast. Okay, I can break up the assembler. in its current state. This uncommon assembler. Store some of this ammunition in the launch tube, waiting to be put to work. So diligent. Okay, other things that I can put into my logistics array here. Stack of rare longs. Stack of rare bulks. All this. Now this. Let me create a group called Novice in which this lives, because then I can have other things also be part of the Novice group. Or, alright, so the use of that then is probably that when I'm putting logistic settings on my vehicles for remote work, I could have Peace Tank just pick up the architect's clipboard and carry it around. Champion of the machines. Alright, and as I start to get that cleaned up, these are just the visual to-do list. Chem plant is the same size, but it feels bigger because of the tubes and such on the sprite. To-do list for the war factory. I will move those over there. Put foundation factory over there. There we go, load that back up. Let that continue its very important work. Alright, also, qualitate that, because that's a good opportunity to upgrade steel. Steel and wire. So, one open cell. which to think about getting some work done. Quick jog out to the reinforced concrete machine. Good place to get some thinking done. Use this as a drafting space for my new standard. Things to do. 1. Railway. There's that problem again. Treachery of the rail grid. That thing that I thought would be prevented by including a chunk of railway in that first blueprint. I can correct that alignment here. And everything else will begin to follow. Okay, so what 2 additional storage boxes are now? Steam turbines and conduit. One of those isn't even needed right now. Actually, reprocess you. Opportunity. Adventure awaits. Right, so new rail standard again. How close together I can get. Let's verify that holds up from the other way as well. Yes. Symmetry. Spacing is all good there. Pick one or the other. And our thing to settle here. How much space do I need for like a good lane change? One that has enough room to have signals in it. To be longer or wider? Both. If I do this. Then H. Place that. Is there room for better signals in here? ultimately, I think the better way to signal these lane change sections is to just let them be a single block. In which case they could be the more compressed form I'm already running them in. Let's see, my current standard, yes, is one space down the middle, rail, gap, rail, tiny lane change. That would be using these and these. That's worked out well for everything to do with, like, conveyors. And tubes and other tunneling apparatus. As you do. Yeah, that's my two options for taking advantage of the elongating of the grid. Spread these tracks out more. Have better signaling between the lanes. Or I could split up the lane change options into two. The old setup was to have the lane switches near the center. That also worked out well for having all of these corner connections near the edges of the grid. Gonna be even more room to do that with a longer base unit size. My center line. Over and copy this. Then I'm going to take the extra lights out of it. Alright, these are also out of that mode, back to personal distance here. Yeah, there's a signal the wrong way because I grabbed it off a different lane. Doing it that way. Nope, yep, I got the center line right, so this still holds up on rotational symmetry. Do basic straightaway. This time, once again, I will be able to build in the pavement. Yeah, only 16 signals per segment now. Only now appreciating the power buried within this panel. Make it snap to a custom grid size. I could use this to automate the process of putting the power lines where they belong. Interesting, and that's a setting I can access on a live blueprint. Trail, straight line. Yeah, hold on. Now that I've really looked at and appreciated that, let's figure this out. Let's snap to a 38 by 38 grid. Set a home coordinate. That happened to be where I took it from. That happens to be where it was when I copied it before I had to move it. Or no, that is slightly off. I need it north a bit. Oh, and hold on, yeah, I need to also shorten the size of the dimensions. That it actually overlaps with itself. How's that work? Can I make this a 6 by 36? Yes. Yes, now it will properly walk along its own length. I just need the reference coordinate for my 0 point here. I guess needs to be 2 to the left. And 5, 6 squares up. Don't need to retain this one. That in the book. Once I figure out the grid settings for the power line, I should be able to reuse those settings on the other main grid pieces. $16 and it would make sense that this needs to become an even number. So call that 24, probably? Yes, dead on. That's grid lines. Yeah, those are the old ones that I hadn't replaced yet. Now I can just spontaneously have access to my coordinates anywhere. Oh, and it's smart enough to repair belts. Neat. Powerful stuff. Okay, so track straight away complete. With a larger base square, I might be able to fit a good four-way intersection inside of this footprint. Oh, knowing that knowing that now I need to copy over these 36 by 36, 1624. Excellent. Okay, rotating behaves strangely. On that front. That is an inconvenience. Maybe I have to leave that out. That or create vertical and horizontal versions of that tile. And the grid lines off of that for now. So, baseline. Here's what happens if I just slap both of those on top of each other. These are the lanes. There's a basic edge where each lane enters the square. Standard rail weirdness where the perspective on the sprites can make what is mechanically a symmetrical design look like it's not. Alright, those are now all the same. So, right turn. Standard 90-degree bend. How much room do I need to fit this? All the way to the edge. Maybe more. No, hold on, I grabbed that bit of residue off of the track, but still. Right turn. This seems odd. These aren't centered, are they? Or not. Hold on, does that mean that my straight line itself is also lopsided? Just a fix. Yeah, that makes more sense. The old grid had room for corners, so there's no way this one wouldn't. Yes, now this lines up with being able to almost have a right turn get in. Actually, to exactly have it, because this is just a straight piece. Those are all the turning pieces. At last, the reason to make chain signals. Newest generation of the railway. There are some things to like about First Planet. This is a land of adventure. Yeah, and while my, I suppose at this point for this run, pretty normal state of things. But the flow of material between modules is permanently seized up and janked. But the amount of raw inventory being buffered in those modules at any time, quite healthy. I would like to buffer 500 rail. Well, I suppose I'll allow rail to be uncapped. 100 normal signal. 50 chain signal. Stack of ramps, stack of pillars, stack of stations. Yeah, locos, rail cars. Yeah, this is as good a place as any to put persistent demand for a little concrete. Just a bit. Just a touch. Oh, other persistent demands. 200 tube. 100 pipe tunnel. Stack of storage tanks. Stack of pumps. Already put my inserters up there. Press belt. Press tunnel. Express splitters. Sorting machines. Those just gain HP. Assemblers. plants. And beacons. Common 3s can go in the mulch. These rares can stick around because those are ingredients for making more rare 3s. If I just go ahead and deploy my existing magnet, my additional magnet lab, or purpose this one to make rare speed 1s. Offloading into an assembler 3 machine. Make all of those available to the network. I will set up the requester for these in order to take inventory. Definitely already quite a few of those to upcycle. The bots sort that out. Anyway, back to intersection design. So, right turn fits in naturally, as it usually does. Yeah, this is the same rail spacing I was doing before, so this just sort of re-implement shape of intersection that I already have at the big ones. Yes, that left turn, and that left turn. This left turn. Yeah, that's where that one should be. wall. Straightaways. And the signaling. So, main signal here. Or let me plan this from south-facing position. Okay, phase one, and none of the signals are panicking. That's a pretty good sign. This at least fits together. The network can look at this and read that it is signals. Right turn that covers straight away, hypothetically. Oh, left turn. Could it be that simple? Placing a warning between the 2 points. Cross. All of the signals are happy. And this all fits within a single block, corner to corner. Entirely compatible. Still lacks a way to 180, so a roundabout version might also be important. Able to fit a better roundabout into this size of tile. Yeah, this still required spilling over into the other squares a little bit. Picking the right-hand turn lanes as they are. Carrying back the interior here. What happens if I drop a wheel in the middle of this? Should get along well. Grab a picture of a wheel from elsewhere. That's the same formation for the right turns that I can index off of, kinda. This to, yeah, it spills over into the next cell to actually get back straight away. Hmm. Okay, let me just look at the existing roundabout again. Yeah, so its deal is 2 incoming lanes merge. They are on the wheel. Immediately leave the wheel or remain in the wheel. Here, with this, I've recreated that image. Observed weakness in that setup being that the long trains are long enough to obstruct the flow of the wheel. Multiple short trains could cooperate and share time in the wheel. Others cannot. So the minimum solution here may just be leave the wheel as one block. Impose the four-way stop. Power lines, rails, signals, 20,000 tons of concrete. Way it ought to be. High quality boxes, that's something that should be brought over here and unmade. Oh, also, I can leave those standing requests for cycled power lines. Uncommon box and rare box sure sound like high quality material that needs to be thrown back into the cycle. Got a few rare sticks at the stick mill. Pass along the whole backlog of those. Go ahead and start to filter my selection. Logistic tools here. Commitment to quality devices. Alright, 24 rare inserters in pocket. Rare assemblers in pocket, rather. Fairly healthy supply. Labs have been moving. Blue is now the cutoff. Blue is waiting on supplies, probably motor. And red. Red is waiting on the usual. By the old measurements, the back roads here we're still on the second cell. Maybe the third. On the boundary between the second and third cell. Just bite in and create the new highway. Setup was 8 cells of interior space, and then perimeter road. I'm standing at +3 here. That would be the new +4. New highway goes up there. Old highway. Cut. Trains will get to be very confused until they aren't. by the nature of railway orders, they should just kind of find a comfortable parking space and get all situated. Need a lot more reinforced concrete. Enhance. You have important work to do. You're the finest of gear. Our one brave and diligent paving machine. Interrupt service to the steel furnace yet. Construction can simply go around. Or no, not entities. Well, okay, I should have in the settings of this. Do not touch rare power lines. Also selected when no entities are found. Yeah, I think the default setting works here. That must I also need to like blacklist ghosts somehow. Yeah, trees and rocks is also just a preset. Nice. Do not pick up, do not remove building ghosts or tile ghosts. Now if I brandish this over that, yes, good. It leaves the paving plan alone. Trains will become confused as construction carries on. One more of this. Then new intersection. There. Oh, I did that with the default deconstructor and not the filtered one. Make broad slices, and then I can repair damage by reapplying the blueprints. slightly remodel the tomb of the war tank. And check grid integrity. Yeah, we are still online here. So this is close to where things sync back up. To make new gates. Two-tile air gap between the old wall and the new power grid. It's reasonable. Suitably fashionable. Yeah. New floor plans. Same as the old floor plans. Plenty of acid stockpiled to keep the atom mine running for a while. I keep these wider margins open, it'll be slightly more convenient to drive through this space. Alright, now the entire oil refinery has to move slightly to the left in order to not be directly in the path of the new highway. This is good. It's how things ought to be. the bots an opportunity to scrub my inventory here. Should go back to auto trashing wood. Common wood, at least. Would impose a cap on my personal railway supply of 1,000. Offload the excess buffers. Start to add some war supplies. To also auto manage. Don't need more than 500 wall on me at a time. Or 100 gates. For now, that expectations about that can adjust over time. Mulch some basic assemblers. Some common high tier assemblers. Inner back roads will also be subject to change. Might build more of the loop and then get back to this. And yeah, already at a glance, like, compare the size of an original corner leaf here, just to, like, pick it up and look at it, to the new intersection. Pretty organically spread this concept out to a larger multiple of its old size. That'll provide more room to load and unload. And as long as I give the various orphaned trains a way to leave their shelters and get onto the new network, transfer over to the new standard organically, well, inorganically, technologically. I'll resituate where the radars are, monitoring the corners. Exactly where they should land might change as a result of the new standard. Okay, good. That wasn't an error on the line. That was just residue. It's a lot of tubes. Relocate these tubes. Okay, I do already have a railway storage crate. Tube request doesn't have a cap on it. Change that. Yeah, tube management accomplished. wall breach. Alright, that needs to wait until I open up that station. Continue on that front. And have to bulldoze this solar plant. Which is also fine. Solar sprawl is one of those jobs where building at uncommon will work. Enough of a step up in density. It's nightfall anyway. And a lot of these panels will just move into this adjacent lot immediately anyway. And must bulldoze the lab. Good stuff. Good times. That's frankly, the laboratory itself can move inland a bit. It should be closer to the space center. Since eventually a plurality of all the science flavors will be imported from off-world. Frankly, don't have it currently available. Encyclopedia to look up. Hey, the meat beaker sure has a shelf life that extends the higher quality that you make the meat science. Extending the quality of shelf life. Though, an hour real time? That's not too bad of a constraint to work through. Like, just a journey of a space platform doesn't take that long. It would just be the logistical hurdle of making sure that you only load fresh-baked science into the rocket and then 30 minutes or it's free. Welcome those arriving. You see now a factory at the most important part of its life cycle. Grinding everything to a halt to slightly adjust the rail gauge. Gotta draw new squares. New sizes. There are lines on the floor. Well, there's a lack of lines on the floor. We gotta draw new lines on the floor. Lines on the world. I will pick up the labs. Move the magnet beakers back over to the space center. Yeah, my lab complex is very high density. Thanks to the use of high-grade labs. I will lose a little bit of productivity bonus. The inefficiencies of packing up and moving a live building. Still worth it, though. Surprised I had the inventory to just hold all those beakers. Yeah, so set myself up somewhere in the vicinity. Drop that over there for the moment in order to appropriately. So looking ahead to the future. Yeah, so space, metal, magnet, meat, bridge, void. Total of 6 off-world science packs. So if I were to accordingly set up some arms. There we go. Now, that's where the inventory burden kicks in. Get all of that recycled. And upgrade my inventory filters just to explicitly not count the old stuff. So, definitely buffer each of these. Oh no, that's basic. That's red. That's magnet. Base beakers over here. And then just be planning ahead for the existence of the other 4. They arrive. With those in mind, need to sort out which belt arrangement causes all of these to balance. Well, I can force it with splitters. By filtering. And of course the other flavor is not yet officially known to exist, so this is simply a proof of concept. The drop pod might want it to move itself to have more unloading space. That'll depend on how high the throughput of space stuff is. Otherwise, no. Drop those planned upgrade arms. Plan to upgrade arms by causing the machinery I need to upgrade the arms. There's my common grade setup. I just want to make wood arms. Alright, they're working on it. Move the ghosts of these old power lines and see what I can do with... Yeah. Rare, medium. Practically a substation on its own. Yeah, that tiles nicely. Up to the usual back and forth. Yes, now all of these can face their destiny. Go, long arms. Take your chance at becoming exceptional regular arms. It's important work getting done. Fancy Crusher left laying on the ground. You belong in orbit. There you go. Get comfortable. Your launch window is, eventually. You might go to space on a day. That and preload all of that. High quality ARM machine. Nicely tucked away. And pitch all of these uncommon rock crushers into the recycler. Local power grid is healthy. As it ought to be when I'm not operating anywhere near capacity. Powerful stuff. Some bites on the north corner of that one. It's probably going to be the place to field test the new fort designs. Y'all, with this demonstrating repeatedly that entire rail car is a bit much for transporting one flavor of science. At least at the scale this factory operates on. One could imagine a mega base that, like, consumes multiple rail cars of science beakers in every flavor, every minute of every day. But at this scale, I could have a single multi-purpose beaker delivery van that visits everywhere. Alright, manually loading all of those, and then create some placeholder boxes to hold the places of things. Valuable service. So focus on punching a hole for the new rail lines to go through. Packing up all the old beakers will be an event. Might be a job for a couple of vans. At least one of them escaped the teeth of the recycler. Still just sitting around being known as a utility van. Yes, there we go. 2 legs of the new core rail. I'll do a test fit of the domestic radar on that corner there. Reaches just shy of the 4th tile. Be a little closer, maybe if I... Doesn't fit right in the middle. Doesn't fit anywhere inside of this. But there. Yeah, that does 4 and change. Pushed it out a little bit. Although I may as well have it take advantage of the presence of the power line. There. That's worth a little bit of overlap. Nice part about a rebuild like this, it doesn't cost much actual new material. I'm moving around the rail that I already had, rather than needing to manufacture a bunch of new stock. Little stutter steps. They move on and off sections of pavement. Out on sticks. Patch that up a little. I'm just stopping by the stick mill. Centralized location specializing in the production of sticks. Okay, so I have north edge, east edge. Tear down the modulator. Part of setting up south edge. All sorts of new modules to plan. retain some common bulk arms. Emergency measure. Fabulous. Majestic. Taking that out directly so that I can, if I were to use the angry ghosts, that would overwrite the signal that I already have down for the intersection. Now that I'm away from that, then I can employ more powerful spirits. I can dismantle the whole assembler-driven portion of the modulator. Leaving the Magneto lab conveniently intact for now. And we'll probably continue to make some of those with assemblers. I do want to get common science moving again. And you have no storage cube in which to deal with miscellanea. There you go. Oh, and of course, the problems. Now, because I was auto-trashing those, local bots decide, it's entirely within our ability. Stow all sorts of things. Okay, the magnet modulator does need to move. Fortunately, it's in the middle of a production cycle. Slide you over here. high power. Not that you were building anything at the moment. I can at least operate that. With that much of this disassembled, I may as well sweep the rest. So we'll get a full rebuild. Wait, no. Beacons, you need to stay. Don't have any more common reds to offload. I can offload the greens. Another dent in the slab. Very elaborate machine to break down. Now that pipeline has to move. Well, that whole arrangement is likely to alter drastically. It's time to move any other production unit, but for now, leave as many connections intact as possible. I mean, the stuff that is there. Campaign status at this time. Still have only been to Trash Planet. Meat Planet is next on the schedule. First, reincarnation of the main facility, incorporating magnet technology. And just in general, sometimes you just tear down for tear down's sake. See, things I want torn out of this inventory. I'll offer up these uncommon chips for storage. More usage in intermediate processes. Uncommon speed modules, though. Process those. Common efficiency ones. Common productivity. Well, those are science material. Those are allowed to continue existing. Those have a home that will receive them in due time. Uncommon ones, though. You go into the cycle. This is so much easier. Good times with buttons. Also, I did see in the parts of the patch notes I did read that some things that could not interact with any quality were supposed to be able to. That was a bug. So a lot of that is probably under review. As the feedback occurs. The techniques improve. Didn't hand me any pipe to ground. Well, my existing stockpile of pipe to ground is probably in the rubble that was once the tube mill. Or did I just not have a pipe to ground machine in this area? That would be weird. But again, like, volume of production demand for pipe to ground is pretty low. Most of the time. Would be a simple oversight. Look at him go. Yeah, let me just install a unit here. left some common iron lying around in here. I think. Though it may have already been. No, I have some in my pockets. That'll do. Quality ones. Get you out of there. Maximize my chances of upcycling a green circuit. That will provide a steady supply of pipeline parts. They'll consolidate all of circuit production into one common unit. Which is itself a pretty typical design pattern. Since you can just have the fancier chips automatically steal a share off of the bulk production of green. And of course, rebuilding all of that around Magnet Labs once I do another proper shipment of Magnet Labs. That's going to greatly improve everything on that subject. This is an opportunity to establish a new and better parking lot. The Mark II parking lot with room for long train. that, I've collected the old ring road. And it's one more cell, and then the intersection goes there. Need to accommodate the existence of the oil field. See what must be done. Allow for this oil pump to operate. That line could almost coincidentally plow through, but now instead I'm going to have to pull up into here. There's room to do that. Just barely. Need to go and harvest more chain signals to actually populate these intersections. Starting from here. Latch onto that. Get to this line. Only by entering the next cell. Fix that direction, and okay, actually, yeah, there's my connection. And there, that is the connection I will use to pass oil through toward the refinery. Once I've successfully moved the refinery slightly to the left, refinery and everything else the oil refinery is doing. This oil pipeline directly in the way and needs to get peeled up. Sulfuric iron belt. Good to have so much ammunition. I'll need to stockpile that somewhere. Personal war material can include setting up personal scale requests for bullet, rocket, and hot sauce. Also, the personal supplies will want to be elevated quality anyway. Then I can have separate requests for a bulk supply of common stuff. Or more likely, once I'm in a position to be rolling out the new Robo Fortress, bulk ammo will all be rail delivered. Always more sulfur. Yeah, it's just gonna plow right through there. Place the power lines first to visualize where I need to make the cuts. Things are fairly jammed up anyway. Stop off to inventory manage at the hub. Okay, the uncommons end up back in my pocket. Does the logistics request understand? I think it can see what's loaded in the magazine. Well, there's not enough to satisfy the request anyway. I am liberating a lot of rail signal during this conversion. Create more chain signal. Thought I had the machine for that still turned on. No. Well, now that can be your job. But you know, it's still worth qualitating to just take opportunities to upgrade material. A high quality rail signal is an opportunity to retrieve high quality iron. that process go check on pavement machine. Driving. Maintaining steady throughput. And the fuel just keeps enriching. Yeah, so there's the general shape of it. Paving orders will get fixed up naturally when I'm actually putting in rail, once I'm mending things with the blueprint. This whole first row needs to get knocked out, and the storage tanks could move to the other side without problem. That would let me kind of compress the fluid bus lines down to like being in line with the front of this one. Well, in front of this one. This one's getting demolished. Which I may as well just do now. Is room for it to just set up. And stations will all be subject to change. For now, there's pipe continuity. So Alright, important things to fix up. We're making sure that the fuel machine is still set up the way it wants to be. Just moved over a tile. That line for the moment. See how much of this is able to sort itself out. What even was this fuel machine? In some respects. Okay, so this bit here, that just goes over here. You are the other end of that tunnel. Joining with the fuel outline to the power plant. Rare rocket fuel. A lot of rare rocket fuel has accumulated. Delightful. Fuel machine, which should also receive new power lines. Hot sauce plant. Because now, so here is where the hookups for the 3 main liquids are going to be. Can have a pass through for coal there now instead. Yes. Accept the loss, a large volume of fluid. Slide these back in here. Here. There. little drop-off pipeline now runs back here. Place that on so I can properly squeeze everything out of this tube. Part of that connection might get rebuilt when I create the local pipeline. Bring up the core oil. And water outlet. Over there. Potentially it might still be brought up the side. Part of the general fluid setup. Room for it next to the tracks. Focus on clearing the path of the train. This is the center margin. Draw a little reference line here. Okay, different way to approach this. Let's tear up these plastic machines, finish setting them up, and then I can align everything off of new plastic. Okay, if this is where the new fluid bus is... this entire setup wants to slide back to at least there. Well, wait, no, that's uncommon fuel. Common fuel just lives out here on the main line. Shovel that, some of that. There is a sizable fuel buffer at the boilers. This will also help keep the lights on. Maybe, if the other end of this connection is actually plugged in yet, it is not. There, now it is. Also just bring this arm much closer. Well, not that much closer. That arm can stay long. Alright, so things to fix as a result of this. Well, okay, things to achieve. There's your fuel hookup. You have to move the fuel cube system back as well. Yes, that's grid aligned with this stuff. Light fuel goes in. Passes through. Petrol sneaks in from the side. Mild damage. Hull integrity adequate. Doing something with all that rare rocket fuel is a looming problem. Yeah, because I moved everything back 2 tiles, so that tunnel is no longer connected. It is longer connected. You belong at the far end of that long arm. And both of these should be network visible once I create a network in this area. don't have any oil pipes to the back of the fancy machines. I don't have pipes to the whole second regular fuel maker. Stuff that has not yet been transplanted. Like this tube used to do. Or no, you receive additional fuel from there. Yeah, you just have a direct pass through. Okay, so results. Some damage. Oh, single tile of conveyor belt was left. You land exactly where a power line would be. What is it stepping on? A couple tiles of conveyor belt. I can fix that. To the left. This to the right. There. Alright, now the cracking machines need to move. Oh. The water was arriving here from the south anyway, because that's where the pond is. This is the water main. Go vent more of my inventory. There's still fuel in the cubes. And yeah, if there is any fuel in the logistics network, I can just request it over here to be dropped onto the fuel line. Actually, wait, is this now capable of saying, no, it still can't take any over here? Non-rare fuel. Yes, light. Well, yes, out the sides. Light oil down the center. One power line now. Same control system, though now I need to draw a new data cable. Just go out here. There, new oil inventory data line. Yeah, we have almost invented an even larger die. Using highly advanced garbage computers. Discover further platonic solids. Perhaps to go further beyond. there. They retained their data line. Creation process, slow and steady. Just in more of the rails to fill space here. Everything aligned. Lubricant pipeline. Change its orientation slightly. Likewise, sulfuric acid pipeline once I displace those machines a bit to the left. Hold on, is there supposed to be another? No. This is the front of those lines. So connect light oil to the sides. Heavy oil to the center. Both of these want water. Does work, just set up there. That in directly against the large power line. Up there. Getting closer to being able to plug everything back in. There's the main water pipeline. Yes, good, correct hookup on that. This tunnel wound up in a new position. Offset that these ones inherited from those. Drop those in the middle of a field. You need to adjust for long arming. What's my whole sulfur apparatus like here? What was I working around? That's the return line from the sulfur warehouse. Slide that out of there for the moment. This is the input for the sulfuric acid. Yes, that clicks together. Goes there. Uric acid pipeline abides. And water pipeline finally restored. Okay, rail continuity of the new inner loop established. That light needs adjusting. One misplaced lamp out of very widespread rework of the whole facility. Alright. No shortage of sulfur. Sulfur log. Fast. Potent. is not going to the sulfuric acid machine yet. There you are. Water and heavy oil are mismatched here, but that can be changed. Just put it in H. Yes, those pipes got misaligned during copying. Oil refining is running again. Plastic. Connected. Operating at its usual partial capacity. Well, I need to bring coal in again. Yes. Actually, instead of setting that up that way, put her up there. Funnel to reduce belt clutter. Wherever the coal drop-off station ends up long-term, belt will be bent accordingly to fit that. Common on the right, rare on the left. These need to be swapped. Uncommon arrives here. Arm itself just needs to move. There. Rare line. There now. Jumps under and then loads into the machine. Alright. Oil refinery is back. Oil refinery looks back. I'll need to restore deliveries of precursor materials and so forth. That will all fall into place as work continues. Inner loop. Assembled. Slightly more real estate now enclosed within the inner loop. Cycle. Common chem plants. I have this rare chem plant machine running. Let me collect from that. It's power. Alright, so with that accomplished, things to do next. A new track. Yeah, surprisingly, those cliffs, not a problem. One lane in each direction works. That will still hook up just fine. I can even... minimal hassle. Attach that over there. Maybe have a line on that. You kinda do. You gotta go longwise for it. I guess you just don't have the turning radius. Get in here all the way. Fair enough. Arrive from above. Alright, if you are arriving from up there, can you in turn get both down to here? No, not like that. Lock in that as being part of the route here. And you reach these rails. This rail. Not that any of their destinations exist yet. But that is the start of a conversion. We're gonna just snap that on there. So now the lower refinery has a temporary hookup to the new grid. Ah, Lake Roundabout. Beloved tourist destination. Soon move slightly up and to the right. Yes, good. The one that's still down is the right one. This might end up tracing an even worse line through the cliffs up here. To be determined. Running a bit low on fancy power lines anyway. So, this far from the core, I'll just restore that bit of patchwork. Yeah, those arms can live there. For the time being. Splice there for the lower half. Haven't made a fresh connection to the upper half. Stick mill has suddenly become very important. Enjoy your upgrade. Metal stick is a key strategic resource. Holding 12 more of those. Next vacation destination will be meat. Farm planet. Yes, the new official horizontal grid line is up there. Oh, one cell, then the new roundabout. Acceptable. Water line for the concrete mill. Installing the roundabout is a slightly messy affair. When that one matters because that's the way out to the oil field. Get that patched in. And those are the old rock quarry. work backwards from the refinery. There is now an upper connection, tenuously. I already patched the far side, so things can now enter and leave the smelter in its current state. They just need routes back to the ore. And they'll be able to get back to work. Rocks are backed up, but that's fine for a while. You will wait to escape back to the rock quarry eventually. Okay, and now here in the empty drafting cell. Build a solar block using rare wire, using substations. Feisty. That front will need reinforcement. Those forts were armed against a much earlier level of bug than the current norm. Oh, using rare substations can cover a lot of ground. A lot of ground. Yeah, they can almost just bridge directly one to the other. Quite capable, is that it? Nope, that is upgraded, okay. Yeah, even after I unlock further levels of quality, I will allow Blue Star to be the floor that is maintained. Infrastructure made of rare parts. Each accumulator stores 10 megs. Has a max charge rate in either direction of 390 kilowatts. If it were just a matter of filling and emptying them, it would be 5 panels to the accumulator. But there's more to it than that. Because of the shape. there's about a minute of dusk. Full amount of dawn. Well, that's closer to 1.5, 5.5 to 4, yeah. So those together form effectively the one rectangle of missing time. And then close to 1 minute of full night. Treat that as 2.5 of night. Out of our 7-minute day. %ish. Or one could double that to a 5 and 14. Or now, flip that over. In 5 minutes of daylight. Four and a half minutes of full daylight equivalent. Panel needs to be responsible for 7 full minutes of power. So 64% of its sticker rating. Effectively. I have one point to consider. It's just how many of these I can wrap around a substation. The answer is a lot. But also not in a way that cleanly fits the footprint, because the substation itself is a 2x2. So something like this arrangement of 16 panels. Though this is not evenly tiling my power grid block yet. Okay, panels on their own are not a clean multiple of the tile. They're not a divisor of the tile. But accumulators are. Naturally, it's an even number, and there's two of them. Panels are off by one. I did just look up the widely agreed upon calculated ratio in ages past, and it's, at the time, was not a pretty one.
Beep.
Always put substations at the edges. And they would just share responsibility for power in the next tile over. And whatever happens to be there. Definitely of use. The fact that I have overlap here is a matter of the very fact that I'm using the big substations. Walkability is also important. A structural tile. Might be nice to free up a bit of space. One substation anywhere in the interior. Fill things out here. strange planet where batteries need to be manufactured. Five to one might be a close enough approximation. Five panels per accumulator. Though that also feels a bit off owing to the way that things performed otherwise. Previous iterations of the design. I can also just wing it though. Build something that looks nice. And if it happens to also perform well, that's a bonus. I'm doing that from that corner. How close is that to aligning with that corner? Marvelous. Four substations covering the whole block with a healthy amount of overlap. Just barely walkable space. The ability to pack the entire area with accumulators as needed. Yes, so now if I blueprint this, with integrated pavement, naturally. 100 panels, 32 accumulators at this density. And just visibly plenty of room left to fit more accumulators. And the fact that it's 4 tiles of column and 4 tiles of row available. Any internal rearrangement, I could only get 1 more set of panel in exchange for throwing off the symmetry. This seems like a solid compromise. Or that one in the book. It's old refinery column that can be thrown out. Old fortress. Well, that's relatively current fortress design. Still needs to be thrown out. It's the old grid size. Likewise, section of wall. Belt tunnel is evergreen as a thing to have a blueprint on and constantly forget that you have it. The elevated rail bits might find their chance to work soon. That's getting rebuilt. Well... Alright, new generation of designs are forming. Install solar block in the book. Dismantle this and throw it down somewhere else. Place an inventory request for all of the uncommon panels, all of the uncommon accumulators. If we happen to have any common panel or common accumulator, please send them to the recycler. Nothing in stock. Good to see it. Okay, I clicked on that out of ammo notification, intending to be informed about which gun is out of ammo. I could go maybe replenish. It's fine though. This is so good to just have available now that this will snap to my arbitrary grid that I decided on. That I can now create that grid alignment anywhere on the planet. That's nice. Yeah, now I'm going to like step outside the wall. Cash in more sticks first. Maybe. That's all working out well enough. But yeah, gun out of ammo is a bit of a more important notification out there. Out east. A cycle of this. Bring some rebar up to the pavement. Generate more high quality sticks at the stick mill. You're now waiting on concrete, which is waiting on Good iron ore snuck in here somehow. Everything in here is going to undergo a reckoning anyway. Eight sticks each. Hefty. Okay, so now in the name of restoring partial functionality, bits of the grid, I tie the existing leaves surviving leaves back onto the new rails. Now you can see a path to the refinery, which, yes, of course, the most important connection to reestablish within that framework. Parking lot. All signs of life return to the factory. Just look how much more floor space I've given myself. Even before I create any sort of new standard for tying these things together. Reconnecting these outer leaves, that's going to be a bit more of an ordeal. Reactivate the long mines. Right, of course, things to have in my logistics requests. General purpose navigation. Small glob of landfill. At least a little bit. I'm walking around dirt. Bring you any bullets. And bring you vacation. So we'll take it from here. Bring you the gift of barricades. And right, I had come out here in part. Snap down a grid cell somewhere. New exit is going to be down there and face even more problems. Roughly the same amount of problems it'll be able to use those connections. Draw some lines. And even without the corner power lines, the internal substations will provide continuity here. And while letting that plant, go ahead and tag all of this construction. That is moving out here into the pasture. All of this. I want to tag those in person with the filtered demolition tool. Could go out and pick up those as well and move them over into the new brick. The beginnings of a fine solar farm. Start portaging these beakers. over to the current lab setup. On my current visit to the interior here. May as well pull the inventory. Probably got a rare auto shotgun in here somewhere. Need a few more premium wood. If I had any uncommon wood. Make into boxes. Very precise CNC cardboard machine. I'll have to put the request back up for all of the solar inventory. Obtain the rare parts as things worth sending into space. And yeah, the new ring road has connections to the core and to the power block. The overall energy mesh, pretty stable. Out of oil, right, because rail delivery of oil is currently offline. Not yet extend. Placement tube. I should send that up the left side. Got it arriving from there. Should finish putting in my corner radars. Yeah, the other 3 corners are covered. Alright, I had never thrown all the chain signals into this intersection. Now that's done. Backup local oil supply restored. Stand to blue shift all of these oil pumps for what they're worth. Do they already have? No, these are still speed 1s. Get some speed 2 in ya. And now, having done that, iron mine back on the grid. Yeah, that's a lot of material. As one might expect. Machine performed well when left to its own device. Some inherent difficulty with getting platform back on the grid, but there are answers. Simply apply loops. And I don't need those platforms back for a while. Sulfur export. Important thing here was wanting continuity with my iron mine. Need to put a new radar out there. Reach this? You can reach the other one. partial functionality. How are things doing back on Fulgora? Greasy. Thousands of magnet beakers built up and ready to go, awaiting my return. Garbage train, excitedly cycling back and forth. Trash compactor, jammed for having too much iron. Delightful. Thought I had... For having too much iron and also too much garbage. Paradise. Such wonders. Such additional equipment that I will need to install in the future. Look at that. Dozens of rare recyclers built and ready. Waiting for action. 3 rare magnet labs managed to appear. Machine that has earned a rest. So, 3 rare boxes managed to form as a result of that. Cycler, reprocess the cardboard, extract the good wood. Hole's looking a little thin out there. Eight. Bill of materials for 1 rare auto shotgun. Okay, and piercing shotgun shells are pretty easy to make, yeah. Oh. It's the same material footprint as the regular bullets. Right, there's another RoboPort right here. There. Now bullets Or for tank and for turret. Right, going to add all these old solar panels. The new array. It's the same capacity, but now it's over here. When it's not currently connected. Maybe this was relying on the edge pieces. Yeah, there's not. These aren't close enough to splice into each other. Alright, gotta get more tall ones. Wait, though, I should be making these, especially since I'm making them at quality. Should be spinning them up in an electro machine. Using as many mediums now. And the medium machine is almost successfully backed up. Can recycle the upgraded railway segments. Extract the bars and the steel. Yes. Right now I can drop these requests for a bit, pass those back into storage. I take all of these uncommons, stick, brush and remake them. And start planting more substations so that I can draw back more. We're gonna successfully spun once. And just wire this up. Out a little bit of the rare iron. Directly process it. Now I've got thousands of rare base material sitting around here. Enough to get a few things done. Yeah, let that spin for a while. Build up a nice inventory of power lines. Facilitate new grid. How many of these do I even need to get this connected? Probably only a couple of key ones, like down the middle. Yeah, now you're on the grid. Part of the primary system. Alright, most of the old lab is portaged over now. There's just that one box of red beaker left. 800 units. So that'll be easily moved. I'll go deploy a radar. Into the refinery for monitoring purposes. Things have been tenuously reconnected. Yes. Operation thus far is a success. Well, refinery didn't take that much hassle to slide over. Fuel supply still hasn't restocked. Missing here. Petroleum is full up. Not reattach the control wire to petroleum fuel cube. Can I do that remotely? Can I just telekinese control wire into existence? Dangerous. Powerful. There. Okay, fuel system restored to functionality. New pavement, always slowly getting installed. Constant threat of being crushed by express trains. Renewed. Alright, good to be all paid up on that. Yeah, preliminary shakedown of the old facility. Off to a start. Blue construction robots. Get a lot of work done. Work on getting up to the rest of my hive capacity. A few of many things to do, so. Want to consolidate science production. Get basic science production running again. So as to rev the labs. Then untangle all the supply chain knots as they emerge. Well, they've already emerged. As I arrive at them. Yeah, short copper is almost done. Original coal mine making its way down. Only 8,000 iron left up there. Still 500,000 over there. Getting the old core cleaned up. Steadily raising the floor. Quality. Consolidating science. Unraveling and reassembling the supply chain. War factory. Where war factory is a subset of science factory. Things to do.